Here. Here. And just for the record, leadership, Madam Secretary is on funeral leave. Susie's on personal leave for family. Haiba is going to be calling in. The vice chair is around here somewhere, but he should be coming in. After this, we'll check it. We're going to go into our January 6th, 4th, and 28th minutes, and I'll go into my report. At this time, I appreciate Dion for giving us the opening prayer.
Protect them and watch over their homes. Be with us today on this beautiful day in Dakota, that you guide us in. Be with our hearts and our minds. Question, I pray especially that you be with our secretary in Dakota, that you watch over the family that lost this young woman to question. Question, I pray that you be with our families that are grieving on this day in Dakota. I ask that you wrap your arms around them, comfort them on this day of depression. Christian, I pray that you be with our young people. On this day, I pray, Christian, that you be with the ones that are struggling and suffering with addiction. I pray that you bring their spirits back to them, Christian, that you watch over them and take care of them, Christian. I pray that you be with the ones that are sick on this day, Christian. I pray that you bring healing to our people that are in the hospital suffering depression. I pray that you be with the ones that are incarcerated. Depression, I ask that you watch over all our little ones that are suffering and struggling on this day. Depression, I pray that you be with them, that you help their families to take care of them in the best way that they can. Depression, I pray for our people that are hungry on this day. Depression, I ask that you be with our ones that are struggling with mental health issues. The question, I ask that you watch over all the ones that will come in here today. The question, I said before, I pray that you be with them and bless them in the best way that you can. The question, I say, for our tribe, for all the people that work so hard and diligently to help each other. The question, I say, for our health, for all of the many blessings that you give us. Krishna, I thank you for this way of life. I thank you for being with us and watching over us. Krishna, I thank you for our strength and resilience. And I just ask that you watch over Susie and her daughter and bring you to her. I pray that you be with Gypsy and her grandson, that they have a good outcome. Krishna, I'm so grateful for everything. I just ask that you continue to watch over us and be with us. God bless us.
Thank you, Dion. We're going to have a busy day, so we got our agenda set. But first, we need to approve our council minutes for January 4th. Go ahead, Dallas, floor is yours.
You walked in just in time, Eddie. Motion number 5, the 2% COLA. I was just wondering, is that going pretty good after it was amended? But things are going fairly well then? Alright, thank you.
Floor is still yours, Dallas.
And then, motion number, 9, do we know if legal has amended that? Or if there was a work order for her to do so? Per council motion? If not, could we get a work order today for that?
Dallas, I'll even check with our lawyer.
Alright, thank you.
Our legal. Thanks, Dallas. Go ahead, Dan. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on 24, that was gaming proceeds carryover, correct, Mr. Vice Chairman? Mr. Vice Chairman? Yeah, was gaming proceeds carryover, correct? I can't remember. Their carryover? Gaming proceeds carryover, correct? Do we need to amend that to be more clear? Okay, so that one's okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Go ahead, Katiza Haska. Floor is yours.
Motion to approve January 4th minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to approve January 4th by Katiza Haska, seconded by all agency. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Tribal Vice Chairman. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, council. Going on to our January 6th minutes, and just remind everybody there's your guys' roles are in the back. Go ahead, Dallas. Floor is yours.
So motion number 54, it's to my understanding through email that the Winnett took another position, so is, the public defender, advertised again?
Yes.
Alright, thank you.
Thanks. Moved by Emmy Sim to approve January 6 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kakiza Haska.
Question.
Question by Atea TP.
Dallas Owen, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Lloyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council Execs. Moving on to our Friday, January 28th minutes for profit. Go ahead, Deanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With number 81, is that supposed to be 2% or 2.7?
Lindsay, can you make a note that the 2% should be 2.7 in motion number 81?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry about that, guys. Motion to approve by our for-profit meeting on the 28th by Old Agency. Second by Emily Swim. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
Yes, Gypsy, we're gonna doing calling for votes.
Owen. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
I'm going to abstain, I didn't hear the motion.
Tribal Vice Chairman. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council Execs, and for HIPAA, that was to approve our January 28th minutes for profit day. Okay, going to be going into getting ready to my report. I'm going to ask for some action items in my report and also to have a guest in my report, but first I'm going to be going through my report for you guys. I got my managers in my packet for anything for my managers. Hello, my relatives. These are my highlights for the month. In January, known as the moon of hard times, held major weather-related challenges for the month. Kudos to our travel roads, along with facility staff who did an excellent job clearing snow-covered parking lots, access roads, and our various roadways. So I appreciate all the staff that were out there. Even when I got calls from council and myself from concerned travel members, they always did their best doing the work out there. First week of January, I was on Zoom, and also too I chaired the tribal council meeting. Also too with that day I was on the United Tribes board meeting via Zoom in my office that morning. The following week, our tribe hosted the North Dakota Indian Affairs Commission's meeting at Dakota Magic Casino. Governor Doug Burgum chaired the meeting, and several tribal council members were in attendance, along with several North Dakota tribal reps and governor entourage of high-ranking state officials. And I appreciate the council there, and I'm pretty sure that Dallas from Enusim from what I heard, that he had a good time hearing all the information at the meetings. And from what I heard, that he wants to tag along with myself and Louis at our meetings in North Dakota.
They said I can just go. You guys stay home.
From what I heard. So I appreciate it, Dallas. Myself, the Long Hollow Tribal Council representative, Curtis, and also Louis from Buffalo Lake traveled to Pierce, South Dakota. There, I gave the state of the tribal chairman's address at the state capitol. And from the history of it, I'm the first SWO tribal chairman to ever give the address. And from what I'm hearing, the feedback, it was everybody like that with our veterans and us leading us in. And I asked Curtis and Louis to stand beside me when I gave the address. So I appreciate your guys' encouragement and being there with me. That helped me a lot, and helped me stay focused on what I had to say there. So I appreciate you guys being there with me. And I know I made the offer to all our leadership, but I know you guys had busy schedules too. So, and I appreciate the ones that were there. Our Veteran Services Office sent representatives from Desert Era and the Kid Fox Society carrying the flags along with the Eagle staff. Delmer Bernard's family provided the appropriate songs at the event. We all received and treated with good hospitality. Later that evening, I was invited to participate in the 3rd annual Top Gun shootout, competing against Governor Nome. Myself, my shooting partner was Francis Crawford, former councilman of the Lake Travis district. There was I think about 6 teams there, and we took first place and brought back the trophies for bragging rights for our tribe. We shot against former chairman Flute and Governor Nome. The 3rd week of the month was primarily focused on the day-to-day business administrative duties. I met with a lot of our managers, a lot of issues that came to my office, and only some calls from our tribal members. Last week was grim. We have seen so many deaths in our community members. Needless to say, the pandemic is far from over. We have seen our numbers spike tremendously. The admin building has been disinfected and sprayed heavily in order to kill the coronavirus on numerous occasions as we continue to monitor this pandemic. And lastly, we continue to lose tribal members to COVID-19, tragic ultimately accidents, elders who have succumbed to the grave, life-threatening conditions. In an 8-day period, there were 5 funerals every single day. 4 of the 5 were former tribal council members. And I'm deeply saddened to see these burials repeat week after week. These are devastating losses and esteemed and beloved tribal members. My heart goes out to each and every one of you who have been affected by the loss of loved ones. Tobacco down and prayers up as we gather together. So with that, I'm going to be asking tribal council to approve a day of mourning for me for next week, next Wednesday. I would like to use our NEPI. I would like to do an all-day fire in remembrance of our community members for a day of loss, a day of mourning. People will be welcome to stop by and offer prayers, but the fire will be going all day. So I'm planning on Wednesday, so that'll give me some time to get the wood together and get some help.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Dion. This will be a day of mourning for next week, next Wednesday.
Second.
The 9th. Second by a day at TP. If there is no question, I'm going to call for vote. Gypsy's on the phone. Question by Ms. Whip.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Dixie-Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairman. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs. The next action item I would like to do is to kind of bring to the table with leadership is that this opioid issue that we're plagued with in our community. I know I met with managers through, not only my managers, and I got the blessing with the Vice Chair and Madam Secretary to talk with their managers and also employees on getting everybody ready and also being prepared out there for phone calls and making sure everybody be there for our younger generation and as well as our elders for the losses in our community. So with that, I would like to establish a task force on this opioid issue and be proactive, and we continue to work and move forward along with this issue. I would like to have Dion be a part of that. We could, because of your background, my background in social work in the helping profession, we'll be in the community with this task force, and we'll be meeting every week, twice a week if we have to, on this issue. So with that, I would like to have leadership support on establishing that opioid task force, and we'll name it something else appropriately.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Gypsy.
So, there's a team at the IHS, the tribal health programs that are, doing work towards this. Has anybody checked into the office that there's complicated injuries or the behavior health team or the group that works on the SSO health plan? And then like Josie Knight, she's the one that, she's a nurse practitioner now, and she's also done work with the opioids.
Thanks, Gypsy, for that, the heads up on that. We can reach out with them, and we could partner and work along with them. But Dion.
Yeah. I mean, I'm only saying that because that way we're not creating another task force on top of one that's already addressing opioids.
Thanks, Gypsy. Go ahead, Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the invitation. That means a lot to me. The one thing I will say is when you have crises, establishing a task force takes one singular item and does a large amount of work to meet goals and establish a work plan on that. And so there are resources and things in the community right now, but I think that by having a task force, you're able to better create a path that's more direct and focused, and so that's the it's not an additional anything. It's just taking the resources we have and focusing them to accomplish that goal. That would be my response to that, so thank you.
Go ahead, Dallas. Thanks, Dion.
So would this task force also, aside from the health side of things, also address the legal side of things? Because I was recently reading that there's a lot of claims opening up, and even though we didn't jump on those claims for all, they're still open to the tribe if we want to proceed.
Most definitely, yes.
All right, thank you. So with that, I'll second that.
Second by Emmy Swim. Is there a question? establish an opiate task force, but we'll name it something else as we go along. Question by Kakiza Haska. Deanne made the motion.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna,
The part, can you tell me who was going to, initially get it started, be on the task force? I know you're probably on that.
I'm gonna reach out with Dion and also with, some, Maya Techa, and also too with the treatment program. So I know this board was established before, but it just fizzled out.
Okay, yeah, I don't get.
Thank you.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Louis Johnson,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
For your support, and just a heads up for some information out there. For that $2,000 spent, we reached that $24,300,000, and that was affected by 12,150 of our tribal members. The $500 vaccine incentive was at 1.4 million, and that we helped 2,916 tribal members. So I'll just give this information if you guys have it. I'll give it to Ariapaha too if he needs it for out there. So $2,000 spent, 24,300,000. 12,000 members, 12,150 tribal members. $500 vaccine incentive, 1.4 million or 1.458. 2,916 tribal members. Before I close with my report, because I don't have the other execs, I have one of the managers over here, the Dakota Language Institute, if you could come up to the mic. And this is a little background. I know council approved him moving under the tribal secretary report, or tribal secretary's administration. But at the time, remember when it was brought forth, it was on my understanding that this manager was working with Dr. Johnson and the tribal secretary for that to come through. And what I found out right after that, it wasn't. He had no clue what was going on. Is that my understanding? And you still want to, and why you're here is that you still want to be under the tribal chairman's administration. You got to turn your mic on.
Yes, correct. I'd like to go back under the tribal chairman.
Any questions? Go ahead, Dallas.
Currently, if I recall, you're directly under education as well. Correct?
After speaking with the secretary, I believe, I don't believe that is correct.
So, council, I thought we put it directly under education, which would theoretically put it under Myrna. Unless I'm remembering incorrectly.
Which program is that?
Dakota Language Institute, because I thought this was presented by Dr. Johnson and Madam Secretary.
And the reason why I had him do that is because I thought he was working with them, but he didn't have no clue.
Thank you, I yield.
Yielding by Dallas is going over to Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So do we have a copy of the full chart as it was presented? And I apologize, I think it was out of the realm on this.
Christine, remember when Madam Secretary developed that flow chart? Do we still have a copy of that? Yeah.
What's- It wasn't voting, that wasn't passed on? The flow chart wasn't approved? Okay. It's in here?
Mr. Chair?
Just one minute, Gypsy. I know you can't see the hands up, but the floor still is Dion.
Right,
Okay.
I guess I don't have it, but
But I'll call on you, Gypsy, whenever you get a chance.
I know I'm looking at it now. I look tight. The poster. Yeah. I know what it said, you said it's in here, right? There is, there's not proposed. It wasn't, was this, never mind. Figure it out.
Go ahead, Curtis. Kakiza Haska, floor is yours.
So I'm confused then. Do we make the changes and then we give it back to you guys? Or do we approve it, then you guys make the changes then? Okay.
Go ahead, Gypsy. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I guess I would like to see the, flow chart before anything else. Also, I thought that, the education program, they have, that grant they have for the, language. And right now, everybody knows that it's all of, that program out here, education. The grant for language, got that. Did anybody talk to Dr. Johnson? Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you.
Okay.
Did you have anything else to say for Gypsy's questions?
Sorry, I didn't hear it too well.
Gypsy, can you repeat that, because we have the manager. He can barely hear you.
Okay, I put my mic right in front of the thing. I found that there was a partnership or whatever you might call it, with the education department because of the grant they got. One of the grants they have.
We're working on a mentorship program. It's one part of how I can assist them. And so far, I've encouraged one elder to help with that. And I have plans to help assist them coordinate things, but it's not so much as a partnership. It's gonna help them out with this one. I have a relationship with the elders. They go off of my trust and encouragement to some degree, and I think that's why I was approached by Dr. Sherry Johnson, because she works in one department, a facet of her department of education with the Dakota language, and I have established trust with the elders over in Dakota Language Institute. So it's my understanding I'd help with that grant, and that was about it. The talks weren't too in depth with me and Mr. Johnson. And coining it as a partnership, I don't personally say it as such.
Thank you, and thanks for muting your cell phone, Gypsy, because it gets rid of that background noise. Appreciate it. Any more questions coming from leadership? Go ahead, Jan.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I think historically the Dakota Language Institute has always been under the office of the chairman, and so I'll make the motion to amend the flow chart, placing the Dakota Language Institute back under the office of the chairman.
So moved by Dion Crawford. back into chairman.
Second.
Yep. Second by Kakiza Haska. Oh, sorry about that. Or latency, I was talking with Mr. Vice Chair. You guys are sounding the same anyway. Call for question. If no question, I'm going to call for vote. Question by Kakiza Haska.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna,
No, I'd like to get a little more information, or background information. Thank you.
Thanks, Gypsy.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
I'd say no as well, because I feel like there's more information to be had here, so I just want to say that also, so no.
Louis Johnson, Tribal Vice Chairman, Five.
I vote yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you. That's my first tie with the new council. So thank you for allowing me to break that tie. Thanks, Gypsy. The first time I broke a tie was with Louis and Curtis and the former council, Mr. Vice Chair. With that, I'm going to present you guys with our executive committee minutes. I know I wanted to get, I asked for you guys' approval if we could do the executive minutes to approve Karen Gangle for her 3 months, because we were without a prosecutor, and that was on Friday, January 21st, executive committee minutes. And also too, in your handouts too, we have the Monday, January 3rd minutes.
I have a question, sir.
Go ahead, Gypsy.
So, are we still advertising for a prosecutor?
Yes, we are. Open until filled.
Have we got, have there been any applicants lately?
We've been visiting with Megan, and there was a couple that were interested, but they're working on their bar right now. But we're still in the process of searching. I know we have one person that he worked for the tribe before. Just one second. What's his name again? He had that red hair. Remember, he was always selling his products in his office. What's his name? Yeah, what was it? What was his name? Scott Pulis? Oh no, what was it? Yeah, he expressed he wanted to come back for the tribe, so that was the only one, Gypsy.
Okay, thank you.
That reminds me that Curtis bought some hair products from him. But that was the only one so far, but they're still open till filled. Any other questions coming from council for exec committee minutes? Go ahead, Kakiza Haska, floor is yours, and after that, Dion.
So did she agree to another 3 months then?
Yes. Yep.
So is this going to be kind of the trend until we hire somebody? Is it going to be every 3 months?
Basically. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Dion, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So now I'm seeing where this is reflected in your executive committee minutes with the Dakota Language Institute, but also with HR. The only concern that I would have is that the secretary already has so many programs. And I think that responsibility, I mean, it seems to me like it would be a lot, but I don't know, I guess if that's your recommendation, but I think she's got like 28 programs or something, right?
She has like 26, I know 27 programs.
Has it always been under the secretary? I'm just wondering.
I know in the past when I served with Chairman Selvage, it was underneath the chairman. And from that, these programs were always been underneath one administrator, from what I understood and from what I worked. But some down the line, it moved to 3 execs. And this one moved to 1.
So historically, that has been under the office of the chairman as well? The HR? Okay.
Yes. Before it was all 3, when I came into office. You're right, Kakiza Haska. But if Mr. Vice Chair is good with it, we could sit down and have a discussion on that issue in our exec meeting. Okay.
So what is your recommendation?
If it was my recommendation of going to underneath the tribal chairman, because this has been originally under that.
So are you asking for a motion?
Yes.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Kakiza Haska,
Second.
second by Dion.
What motion is this again?
Moving the HR department underneath the original administrator, that was the tribal chairman. Question by Dallas.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
No, I think, myself, I think should be in all 3.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman. Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, council and execs. That concludes my reports. If anybody else, is there a motion to approve the exec minutes for Monday, January 3rd? What changes? This be approved underneath my report with changes. That concludes my report. If there's no further questions coming from leadership.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Dion. My report. Yes, with changes.
Second.
Second by Junior Kirk.
Question.
Question by Kakiza Haska.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, Louis Johnson, Tribal Vice Chairman. Mr. Chairman, motion.
With that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Vice Chairman for his report. Then after that, we got a written report from Madam Secretary, but I'm going to ask Shanda to be present just in case we have any questions for Madam Secretary. Here's yours, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. I apologize, I do not have a written report this week. But as you see, you got the handouts for the budget office, but before I get there, I had some stuff with, that I got calls and concerns about was the elderly cards. From with our backups and the checks, I don't know why they're not being loaded because we printed the checks and all but one has not been cashed, and that was in December. So I don't know why their cards are not getting loaded or whatever.
Who's supposed to load?
Huh?
Who's loading it?
Yeah, I think Cross, I don't know. Chanda, can you help me with that? who reloads the buoy cards?
Shanda, can you come up to the mic on the Haipa or the thing up there, so, because we have a listening audience? And the question is to Shanda for Madam Secretary, and I appreciate you coming in as she's elsewhere.
My understanding, it's Amanda, and I believe her duty station is located in Wagner, South Dakota. So the check gets sent down there, and then they reload the cards by hand down there.
Okay.
Kakiza Haska?
So with that being said, Mr. Chairman, he also canceled the meeting too that we were supposed to have.
Yes.
So I guess I would maybe reach back out to him and set up another meeting so we can get this resolved as quickly as we can for the next month here. I think our membership deserves an explanation also. So thank you.
Sure will. I'll message Don right now.
And then Chanda, maybe the Secretary's office can get a list of people that have said that their card haven't been reloaded, or I guess we can't tell who is who, but just the ones that came forward so far anyways.
I'd also like to just comment on that. When we have followed up on some of the cards, some of them have been used, and then they're presenting a card that wasn't assigned to them. Just a comment.
Okay.
Go ahead, Curtis.
So, Mr. Vice Chairman, you said that the check was going directly down to Wagner? That's where his office is at?
It must, I guess I don't know what's on the envelope, but on the check it says, has Sisseton.
And so if
Oh,
it's...
yeah, and there is some checks that say Wagner.
Okay, so if it is getting cash, then there shouldn't be any problem with the reloadables, correct?
Correct.
So, I mean,
So that'd probably be something that when the chairman reschedules that meeting that we're gonna have to bring up. I just wanted to let all of you know that our end is taken care of. I don't know what Bowie's end is with reloading.
thank you.
Any more questions coming from leadership on that issue, what Mr. Vice Chair presented?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question or comment.
Go ahead, Gypsy, the floor is yours.
I guess, if we're gonna, this is regarding, China's statement about how some cards were the ones that they didn't follow up with, were ones that were signed properly. I hope that the Secretary's office can, get you exact list of who has lost there. That when there are questions, make sure you have, the names, so we don't have to. That's all.
Thanks, Gypsy. Anything else coming from leadership? Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Next one I'd like to bring up was the drug court that was brought up in our last meeting about motions. And Judge Hopkins will be setting up a meeting with Skyman at Techa, because I believe they have the budget and the project narrative for all that already. So she's in the process of meeting with him. I don't know who approves the job descriptions for the prosecutor.
Council does?
Okay. And which one was Karen?
Karen. Karen's the prosecutor.
She's the prosecutor. Okay, and then you guys wanted it, I know that's open till filled, but thought maybe we should, check out the job description to see if there's any changes we can make to get any more applicants. Long Hollow?
So with the, I know in the past, couple months ago, we approved an extension for the prosecutor now. So do we need to do that again, or did you guys just approve it executively?
You gotta prove it again.
But you,
Because there's not gonna be no new people or new prosecutor.
okay. Okay, well, I'll make that motion to approve for another 3 months until that position is filled.
So moved by Curtis.
Second.
Second by Oladency.
Question.
Question by Haipa.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you, council.
Just an update on the audit, excuse me. That's still scheduled to be done by the end of this month. They are now still doing their follow-up questions if there's any other details that they need for the audit. Hoping that all the paperwork will be done and submitted for the indirect cost rate by the end of this week. And then now to the budget office's, motions needed. Law enforcement award for $333,333.
Second.
So moved by Curtis, second by Junior Kirk. Question by Louis.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion
Thank you, council. Next is pretty much an executive memo that will need to be done. Just advising all programs that they need to see the budget office first before they come for council approval on budgets. In regards to that, we need to make motions to increase the following budgets for the following programs: law enforcement, JOM, education, IT, the shelter, and enrollment.
What was that last one?
Enrollment? Curtis?
So is this still within our budget of the 26th?
As of right now, yes. The one that we still need to work on is tax, but this is like, I believe, per motions and stuff like that, that was increases on these budgets that didn't get approved or whatever. And it was pretty much. Yeah, I'll have that long sheet ready for you guys. We're gonna be scheduling a meeting with, the budget office is gonna schedule one with, execs first, and then we'll schedule one with council.
So do you want these all approved in just this from A to F altogether?
Yeah, you can do that if you want.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Kakiza Haska.
Second.
Second by Dion.
Question?
Question by Junior Kirk.
But, excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Gypsy.
Is this to approve just what's the motion again? To approve what?
Hey, Councilwoman, you do have this packet on your spot here, but it is to increase the following budgets that was submitted to the budget office prior to when I got in. It was law enforcement, JOM, education, IT, the shelter, and enrollment. But you have all this information when you're able to pick it up.
Okay. So, I would prefer that we do, each of the programs, separate. Is that possible?
There's already a motion already set already. That's gonna be up to the motion maker, Kakiza Haska. You made that motion, right? Or who did?
I just went off the vice chairman's recommendation, and he thought it would be okay just to do them all in one.
It'd be just
So-
like you're doing the federal awards all in one.
So I'll leave my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, anything else, Gypsy?
No, I guess not. It's just, I was just thinking that, now, to me, it seems like IT doesn't need another, increase. They got a lot of money for the upgrades already and stuff. So, anyway, that's all.
Thanks, Gypsy. Anything else from leadership? Motion on the floor? Who questioned?
Oh, wait, I missed it.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy
No.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, Council and Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, and then as you can see, all budgets are entered in, but 7 due to waiting to receive budgets from the managers as follows. We're already going to be approving the fiscal 20, or working on the 22 budget summary with budget comparisons from 2015. I think she has a typo on that one. But I wanted to, if you guys go through the next things where you see the managers' reports and stuff like that. I don't know why she put mine in there, but if you want to see it, it's there. But all this other stuff is the ARPA funds and just all the backup for the year to date, how much was spent. As you can see, some stuff wasn't spent per the districts and stuff like that. But the FY 2022 ARPA budgets are as follows. This is just a simple breakdown, as you can see, for the 96 million.
Floor is open to any questions or comments for Mr. Vice Chair. Louis, then Dallas.
Mr. Vice Chairman,
Yeah.
what do you have on your papers there on Dakota Nation Development Corp, DNDC? What's their budget? Previous was 250, right?
I'll have to check on that one, Louis. I don't know what their budget is right off, what it was, when was that?
Total obligations about 309,000. But right now, they need some bills paid. Cause it's still all under the tribe. The structural yesterday. So they would at least need 75,000 for now.
Okay. Can I look into that and then I'll
Thanks, Louis. Going over to Dallas. Oh, Kaki's Alaska.
I don't know.
So is that still a board? Or is it just because we have outstanding bills? I didn't know that. Okay. It is? Okay. It got moved there?
At one time, they were getting 315,000, I believe.
Well, it's not the deal right now. It was 250, 350, back in the time. So I just asked to see where that's at. It's not in the budget. It should be added.
So I guess I got another question, Mr. Vice Chair. Is that in a master budget then, or
Not right now.
okay,
That's why I was gonna
check on it?
go back and check on the last one that we did.
Okay.
Because I know there was motions when that happened for that budget to go with housing.
I got one more. I know we made motion last term and this term for the fire departments, Browns Valley, Wabe, Eden. I keep getting bugged. They haven't received payment in 10 years. I know it's only 1,500, but they count on that. Well, I know we made. I'd like to see it put under Jim's program, EMS, and let them take care of that.
Motion or question?
Well, we already have motions for it. Why do we keep making motions? They don't follow through anyway. Oh, to put them under Jim? Yeah, we could do that, make a motion for that.
Okay. Is that your motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion for that.
So moved by Louis Johnson.
Add it to his budget.
That
Question.
is going to go under Jim Pearson. Second by Dion.
No, me.
Oh, sorry about that. Dallas, you were questioned by Dion.
Huh?
Oh, we better quit.
Louis Johnson,
No, he's just kidding, Lindsay. He can't make a motion and vote no on his first one of the year.
Leon Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Louis, remind me to get with Jim to start moving on that. So don't forget. Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
This was just to move the administrative payments under Jim, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Other than that, council, I don't have anything else. I don't have the check register right now, but it is getting done. Just some software issues with the reporting, but I'll get that to you. Other than that, is there any other questions for me?
Dallas Owen has a question. Floor is yours.
Are you working with planning with the refinance with Great Western or no?
I have nothing.
Have you reached out to him or anything like that? I know he'll be on the agenda later, but I feel like that's.
Yeah,
I thought when we made that agreement way back when under the previous vice chair that they were supposed to be in communications with each other.
From my understanding, there is no agreement with Great Western. I just been following the motion of getting them information. I've gotten them information, but I haven't done nothing with the refi.
I'll just bring it up because he's on the agenda. All right, thank you. And then, Mr. Chairman, I have a general question for the two executives, and I know Chanda's sitting in lieu of the secretary, but who's really taking care of the 698-3911 phone line?
The what?
The main phone line for the tribe.
We gotta get extra help for that.
Because I know we recently were discussing that on Friday, but I mean, I'll call the phone like 3 times and I won't get an answer. And I know that there's not a designated place, but then like I know it technically is supposed to go to, I know it's supposed to jump around, but I just don't know where it's getting caught at.
Shanda?
Yeah, I was just gonna share that. It's my understanding that it starts, I think, with Carrie and then it rolls. So if they're not at their desk. So I know that it goes to 3 or 4 and then I think it just goes to voicemail after that.
And so, one of my concerns with that is not only for our tribal members, but also our business partners that attempt to get a hold of us through the main line, because if they just, do a rudimentary Google search on System Autoriate, the number they get is the 698-3911, and if they're looking to do business or are doing business with us, and if they don't know the main extensions, I feel like this is going to create an issue and just bad relations overall, and that's something I want to prevent. So I just want to bring that to the executive's attention. Thank you.
I'll get with the office over there and come up with a schedule.
Okay. And then,
Maybe we can get another helper over there.
yeah, well, just from the beginning of that, the reason why there hasn't been an everyday person there is because I do believe we had it as a position for a elderly person to be there. And since COVID hit, tough to bring anybody that'd be contracting the COVID and all stuff like that. But as Chairman said, he can get a schedule from Carrie on the phones.
Curtis, then Gypsy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know when I call here, the enrollment office answers a lot of the times too. And so I guess for peace of mind, Mr. Chairman, maybe we can just get on, if nobody answers at 1, where does that go? You know what I mean? Where then does it get transferred to, and who's next in line and so forth? I think that's kind of like, yeah, just get a list of who answers the phone next or whatever, and then kind of put that out there to the public that if you don't get an answer, it transfers until you get one, because it is hard to get a hold of anybody here when you're dialing that number. I've dialed it a couple times too, and it just keeps ringing and ringing, and after a certain amount of rings, it should transfer to another person. So maybe we can just kind of see where that is at with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Gypsy, floor is yours.
Okay, so, when, from my understanding, the position for that secretary, the tribal elderly one, for the person to answer the phone, that position apparently was eliminated. So that's that, but, is there a way to, how are you going to, we had talked last week about publishing the direct line, for the department, but, is it possible with our phone system to do that, for it to answer and how you can push 1 for a department or 2 for this one, for each department, is that possible?
Yes, the Yapaha just showed me his cell phone. That's possible that he just showed us right now.
Okay. I think that would, help. That's all I had, thank you.
Thanks, Gypsy. Ms. Muntz. I don't have the secretary to remind me where our minutes are. Did we approve the vice chair's report?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Last thing I need is, if you guys are okay with it, if we can add one more day to amend Judge Hopkins' contract to increase her to work one more day. Right now it's 3 days. It would be moved to 4.
Is that her recommendation?
Yes.
I'll make that motion.
Motion made by Dallas, but a question is coming from Dion. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I know when we discussed that contract, there was time put in there for her to step, like professional development time. Would this be in addition to that?
The day was specifically, I believe, for court stuff.
Okay. Second.
Second by Dion.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead. Question coming from Gypsy. Floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. So will that, how much, does that change the bottom line on the dollar amount of the contract? And if so, how much?
She's paid by the day, I believe. So it'd be adding another day.
And then obviously there's enough in the budget to cover it, right?
There was some stuff, there was a shortfall, but I believe, Judge Hopkins was working on it. She got some paid for, but there is a little bit that we need to increase, and I'll have that for you soon, hopefully, because Judge Hopkins sent me the information of how much the shortfall was. I think it was like maybe 30,000 or something like that, but other than that, I can put this into the budget if it gets passed.
Question.
Question by latency.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you, Council and execs. Back to Mr. Vice Chair.
That's all I got for now.
Motion to approve the Mr. Vice Chair's report if there's no questions or comments.
So moved.
So moved by Dion. Second by Louis Johnson. Question by all agency.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes, or abstain.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Let me see what else we got. Moving on to our Tribal Secretary's written report. We got Shanda's available for any questions or comments. And I'll be turning this Mayo electric bill. The first one is going to be, it's going to be over our spending limit for the execs. The total is going to be like over 87,000 or 8,700.
This is the one that they said was RFP too, right?
Motion to approve Secretary's written report.
So moved by Olacy to approve the Madam Secretary's report.
Second.
Second by Deanne.
Do we want to get that approved?
Yeah, go ahead. Question by Dallas Owen.
Chanda, do you know if Native Connections still has a grant?
I think it ended in September, end of September.
I don't recall approving, like, are they going for it again through SAMHSA, do you know?
Yes, I do believe so.
Okay, thank you.
After we approve the Madam Secretary's report, I'd like to have a motion to pay that off to MAU Electric. And if you have any questions with Shanda, she could let you guys know. If there's no question, I'm going to call for vote. Question by Kakiza Haska.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Willie Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonnette, Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Council and execs. Going on to Shanda for that. There's two bills there that are over our spending limit.
Yes, there was, in order to get the warming shelter open, it was closed down with regards to, or closed down by the state. So we did an RFP, and that was the one that originally there, I believe, for $4,160, and then there was additional work after the follow-up with the state come back, and so he did that work for us. And we did pass the state inspection and we were able to open. We were short a couple days. We were trying to open on the 1st, but because of the holdup with the state to certify the electricity. But it is open now and running.
Any questions or comments coming from leadership?
The warming shelter, known as like the Joe Robbie, located in Siston.
No questions or comments, or a motion to approve that bill?
So move.
So moved by Olacy.
Second.
Second by Dallas Owen. Question by Curtis.
Sorry, what's the funding source?
No funding source. I thought it was just their budget. But I thought we were increasing it for that reason.
Gaming.
That was because I thought that's because she mentioned about it a couple months ago to increase the budget.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Willie Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Just to let council know, the warming house was on the verge of getting their certification pulled by May, is that correct?
Yes, he was definitely
And
pushing
so I
that.
already did this payment, but I got it approved with chairman and secretary. So just to let you know that it has been paid, and the reason why we went ahead with it is because we didn't want the certification to get pulled. And if that got pulled, this city was gonna shut it down.
Thank you, Chanda, for being available for Madam Secretary's report. For any questions coming from leadership, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Council.
At this time, can we take a 7-minute break so we can use our bathroom? And I know some of them smoke Chinese. And with that, I'll call on Dr. Johnson to come up and give her.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Gypsy.
So, I'll be getting to the, hospital here in a few minutes. And, grandson will be going into surgery, so I'll probably, not back on the call again. But I would like to request that, all of the executive reports are emailed to us.
Yes.
And,
Yep, we can do that.
okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. Right now, we got the education office, then after that, we got the Head Start, early Head Start.
Thank you, Council. I have a series of real quick things. I did send out the resolutions that are in item number 2, 3, 4, and 5 earlier the week before, so you can read ahead of time. But my first action item is the carryover of $92,617 to be added into the BIE Education Sovereignty Project budget.
Any questions or comments from leadership?
So move.
So move for your first action item by all agency. Second by Emily Swim. Question by Kakiza Haska.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Trevor Lake Sherman.
Thank you, Councilman Sachs. Going on to your number 2.
Is my critical race theory resolution. I'm asking for approval of that.
So moved by Emily Swim.
Second.
Second by Lake Travers. Is there a question? Question by all agency.
Dallas Owen, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette, Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Trevor Lake Sherman.
Dr. Johnson, moving on to your number 3.
The resolution to support the House Bill 13-51 actually changes the verbiage from will to shall, and then incorporates Ocheti Shakoi essential understandings there. This morning, I did testify earlier at the Education House Committee. This bill actually was moved to the 41st day, so it basically died this morning. There was a split vote on it, but it didn't make it. And so, we have a series of Indian legislation going through, and this starts the first one. And so I haven't met with my team yet to figure out if they still have some time to drop a bill that's slightly worded, because some of the members of the House Committee said that if they changed it a little bit, that they would approve it and send it on to the next stage. And so I'm not sure what the strategy is on this, but I certainly entertain a motion to approve this to show that we do support this.
Sure. Any questions or comments from council? If not, there's a motion to support. It's moved by Curtis, second by Dallas.
Question.
Question by Dion.
Curtis Bissonnette, Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Trevor Lake Sherman.
Thank you, Council. My next request for a resolution would be to reaffirm the resolution to move the Office of Indian Education back to the South Dakota Department of Education. So the focus is solely on education.
Go ahead, Curtis.
Who is doing that now, Sherry? I know there was a guy that you guys weren't even aware of.
Right now, the Office of Indian Education sits under the State Tribal Relations Office with Dave Flute, and the director is Fred Osborne, a non-native. And we haven't gone anywhere under that leadership. So we definitely would like to have it back under the Office of Education.
I'll make that motion to reaffirm that resolution, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Curtis, second by Dallas.
Question.
Question by Junior Kirk.
Curtis Bissonnette? Lloyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Leon Crawford?
Yes.
Carol Vice Chairman?
Dr. Johnson, before you go on, just to give you a heads up, working with the office of Governor Nome, either to come out to visit with leadership here, or we will visit her over in the state capitol, but we're pushing that she may make a visit with our tribe. So on some of your education issues that we are addressing with her, maybe you could be a part of that too with that discussion.
That would be awesome.
We'll let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the last resolution on this one would be to really, it's kind of a group of all different things, to support the essential understandings, move the office back, but also to honor the obligation of tribal consultation and create opportunities for school choice. And the school choice is the Ochadi-Shakoi Essential Understandings Community Schools, which goes to House Committee tomorrow morning. And so they happen like at 7:45, they start testifying. So I'll probably put some documentation, some verbiage together again to support that. That is the only thing close to a charter school that South Dakota approves, or hasn't approved yet, but is requesting.
Any questions or comments from leadership? If not, is there a motion to approve? So moved by Curtis, second by Dallas. Is there a question?
Question.
Question by latency.
Curtis Bissonnette?
Yes.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Leon Crawford?
Yes.
Carol Vice Chairman?
Okay, moving on to your internet request.
I provided this memo to the vice chair, and I would like to request internet services for our community again. I provided a cost breakdown in the memo that's included in your packet to show how many homes this would be. I do know that we are still working through the broadband grant, which does have this in there, and if that's approved, then that will automatically cover all of these costs plus more, because that includes health for all of them, like virtual health services and stuff. So we're still working through that. At some point in time, we will have that, hopefully get that approved. But right now, I'm asking the council if you will fund internet for our families again.
Any questions or comments, because her proposal is in her packet from leadership? Go ahead, Dion, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I know that Tiosh Bazina, just because that's where my kids go, that they were assisting families with internet. Right, so would this be for, are they not going to be able to do that?
They already did that. So Tiosh Bazina went ahead and paid for all their families, yeah.
So it's just additional? The
Yeah.
ones that- Okay.
Any further questions or comments? Go ahead, Curtis.
So you have the cost estimate in here. So do we need to add that to our resolution? That, I guess, is my question.
It's right after the resolutions in the packet. It's $126,000 $375 is my estimate of a cost. That's without since TZ already paid for their homes, then that's without them. You can see up on top, it's $205,000 with all the homes. And so those are just estimates to, it depends on families, where they've moved, their services and things like that. So these are based on our data from last year. So it's just not figures that I pulled out of the hat. These are based on what we actually paid.
Go ahead, Curtis.
And Mr. Vice Chairman, you said that Steve Gunn was looking into this to see if it's an allowable cost, correct? Yes. So can we approve it pending that? I'll be comfortable making a motion approving pending legal review. Okay. All right, we can do that. I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman, approving the internet service for our students with the carryover. And then if it's an allowable, then we can just move it.
Motion made by Kakiza Haskell, but before I call, second by all agency. But Lindsay, I just want to make sure that you got that motion down. You got it? Okay. Question by Dallas. Floor is yours.
So I'm all in favor for this, but I would be way more comfortable at just the pending legal review from Steve Gunn. And because I feel like he's been putting a lot of things on the gaming carryover. It's starting to make me a little nervous, just saying. And Steve Gunn, he's gotten this information within like 3 days before. And if we just tell him this is a priority, I'm fairly certain he'll get his, probably by Monday, yeah, at the very least. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Lindsay, I'll just leave my motion, please. Thank you.
Question by Mr. Vice Chair.
Curtis Bisnet? Yes. Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? No. Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman? Yes. Mr. Chairman Moore.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Going on to your number 7.
Thank you. I just got to say that. Okay, the last one that I have on the Tribal Education Department approvals is really to approve. I received another $15,000, and they blessed me with another $15,000 for this project. So I'd like to have an approval of it, to accept the grant, have the chairman sign it, and then approval of the budget of $45,000. It's included in the packet. Those two things.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Is there any questions or comments from leadership? If not, is there a motion to approve? So moved by Dallas. Second by Curtis.
Question.
Question by Junior Kirk.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bisnet? Yes. Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman? Yes. Mr. Chairman Moore.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Dr. Johnson, are you going to be doing the Head Start, early Head Start?
Yes, I am.
Okay. If there are any further questions regarding Dr. Johnson, her report? Motion approved by Mr. Vice Chair. Second by Curtis. Question by Junior Kirk.
Tribal Vice Chairman? Yes. Curtis Bisnet? Yes. Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Going on to our Head Start, early Head Start report.
Okay, so just to clarify things, I am the interim director right now. And so I'm pushing out the advertisements. It's been over 3 months since we're advertising now for a director. Now I put it out on Facebook, and I'm calling job service next too to see what other employment agencies. I did have one inquire from Sioux Falls, but housing is going to be an issue.
Okay, Dallas, floor is yours.
Have we thought about trying to recruit like directly from like say Brookings? I know they have early childhood development program that's fairly well established there. I don't know if they have anyone that's coming out that they might be interested in. Because I know that with I've been trying to get people to apply too, and I was reaching out to some individuals that are there, and they found out obligations, but they said that there's individuals that'll be graduating this year that will be looking for a job, and one undergrad I think, and one was for sure finishing up her master's. So
I haven't yet, but I can reach out to them. I did put it on the state websites at one point in time, which goes out to all of the colleges.
oh, okay, excellent.
And so I did at one point, but I can reach out again for that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for making Dallas happy.
I will do whatever I can to get a director on board because it's taxing me. And so still over, and you can see that included here on the first page is the Head Start report that I put together. There are 16 vacant positions, and this is just according to the budget, and which we have at least 6 regular teachers, and we have 2 classrooms closed. And then there's paras, and there's family services, there's a cook, there's bus drivers, and so we definitely need some recruitment. I am working on a teacher certification with all of them because, you know, the teachers need 4-year degrees, the early Head Starts need CDAs, and I've requested another waiver, and that'll take us up till May. And a whole series of meetings have happened about this, just this one topic, and the chairman keeps getting letters about this. And so we're hoping that we can look, I've requested a waiver so we can look the best we can look by May, and that's really pushing the staff that needs working on CDAs can at least be that farther closer.
Okay, Dr. Johnson, got a question or comment off the floor with Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the thing we had problems with too in the past, Sherry, is that you're wanting your staff to get all these certifications, these degrees and stuff, but their pay doesn't quite match. And I think that's been our problem forever. Is there any way we can talk to the BIE or whoever we need to talk to about, you know, increasing our budget overall for us guys to get these certified employees? Because what I'm hearing down there is that, you know, when they get hired, and I've talked to a couple of former employees, is that when they come in, you know, they have to get this, and this. And on that first day, it's pretty overwhelming, and that kind of scares them off. Like, you know, if I don't get this, I'm going to lose my job, you know, so then they just quit and they go somewhere else where, you know, they just want to work, you know. But it gets overwhelming when they have all of this stuff that they need to complete upon hire, and it scares them away. So I think if their pay matches that, I think you're going to have a better success moving forward with that. So that's just something that I know we've worked on and we have been working on in the past. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Curtis. Did you need anything off what Curtis has said? Because I'm going to give the floor back to Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing that I know is difficult, also kind of going off of what Curtis was saying, is that, you know, not being able to be employed in the summer. You know, I know with other schools, you know, you're contracted and then you can just prorate your pay. But for them, you have to do employment or you have to find another job, and that gets to be a little bit taxing. So I think some of those considerations, I know that, you know, it's a pretty ongoing thing, and it's probably not just here, but those might be some things to consider as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Dr. Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to just respond back to that, Curtis. It would be the Office of Head Start, and we are actually funded for slots, and that's how many slots, how many children that we have that are in our programs. There's a per pupil funding portion, and so we've gotten the max we have. And we are actually under-enrolled, and you're going to see that in the packet when I talk about that. And so that's what I'm working on with the staff is their recruitment plan and what to do about this. And it's helpful if we get back in-face learning. So the only thing that we have control of is our tribal matching portion. And so if we want our teachers to have more pay, then that's where we can put it in there. We are gonna, when our teachers start getting their bachelor's degrees and stuff, we're gonna have to match that. So that is going to be a given when they get to that point. A few years ago, the Tribal Education Department analyzed the Head Start pay scales according to what was at the time the minimum pay rates and everything they had, and we made some recommendations of that. But so where the staff are according to their education levels, it was pretty on par with that. And so when you think about a bachelor's degree usually starts about maybe $25 an hour, AA degree usually starts about $15, $17 an hour. But those are based on when the minimum rate of pay was a little bit lower. But those are the going rates of pay. And so when the Head Start, when we start getting people that have earned those education degrees, I agree, we do need to pay them better. And so I definitely will work on anything that I have to do to get our people to have a better pay of rate in lieu of, in comparison with their education and responsibilities. So I think Lexi worked hard on trying to get pay increases for their staff, and because they do have a lot of responsibility. So what they don't have in education, they have as responsibility. To be in charge of somebody else's child is a huge responsibility. And so, yeah, I agree. And if you want to give us a pay raise, I definitely will put that in there, and I will put that in as far as the budget goes. And so I am in agreement with that. Normally with our tribal schools, in addressing Councilwoman Crawford's comments, normally with the tribal schools, and all schools usually prorate their pay out for 12 months so they're covered over the summer. Well, Head Start usually doesn't do that. They really do unemployment during the summer. So they don't take that option. Sometimes when your hourly rate of pay is lower, then prorating it 12 months, and that just means dividing it up 12 months, doesn't work. So, yeah, I agree, those are all concerns. I will address them to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Dallas.
Yeah, I'd be interested in looking at the numbers on that one. And I know that we're pushing it kind of harder on our yearly budget from the casinos, but I think we kind of been discussing that, maybe we have to look at additional raises at multiple facilities, and if we just did it all in one go, as I think Long Hollow has mentioned a couple times, that'd be beneficial to several individuals. And so if need be, if that budget needs to be raised, that's something worth looking into. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Johnson.
Okay, going on there, you'll see that in enrollment there is 154 slots, 40, those are early education slots, so between the two we have 194 slots, and right now we have 134 filled. And so that's what I'm going to be working with the staff on this coming Friday. I meet with them every Friday and just trying to, Friday and sometimes during the week, but as a team on Fridays. just to keep going and keep our education program running the way we should. The first month of budget, you have it in there. It looks okay. There's some problems there, but we just need to do some corrections. I have to wait for the final report, and I'm going to visit with Marge and see if we're near final for Head Start, and then I can do the request of the carryover. And until I get those figures, it's everything but salaries and fringe that can be carried over, and it'll pay for the things that were obligated in that year. And so I'm waiting to redo that. Also, the vaccination mandate, I do want you to be aware that Head Start does have a vaccination mandate, and I'm really worried because we're already closed 2 classrooms. We're short that many classrooms and that many staff, and that's just in a big Head Start. And so the vaccine mandate is going to be huge. I have not to this date received any paperwork from any other staff yet that are not vaccinated. I've asked our health manager, Tim White, to get me the data, and he is putting a spreadsheet together of the vaccination dates and things of this different staff, so then I can see who is not vaccinated and who is vaccinated there. Overall management, we've just been virtual, keeping it going. There's a requirement of Class Dojo videos and packets and meal service all continuing on.
Dr. Johnson, I have a question with you.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman. So this really probably isn't, well, kind of for you, but I think we were talking during the break about, everybody that works with young children because they can't be vaccinated at this time, that would be, I know you don't ever see the daycare, but that might be a consideration as well for the daycare, because working with those young children, they're vulnerable, and so you don't want. So when we look at that, will that be a directive coming from you to the staff and possibly losing staff that don't want to be vaccinated?
Okay, it is a mandate. It is the Office of Head Start. It is a mandate, and yes, we could possibly lose staff over this. So I'm waiting for their exclusions. There's some clauses about exclusions to this, and if we don't get them, they cannot be in contact with students. I also do want to make you all aware that Pfizer did approve, or is requesting approval for a vaccination for babies now. 6 months to 5 years. Thank you.
Okay. So then, with that vaccine mandate, does that include exemptions for religious?
It does.
Do you know? Okay. So, are there any mandates as far as if you have a religious exemption, masking with a face shield or anything like that, or not having contact with the kids? Do you know?
I'm not sure what you're asking. Is they have to be fully vaccinated. That is the mandate, fully vaccinated. And there are additional masking mandates during the times, and they really go so far as to tell you when they need to be vaccinated, or they need to be masked, students and staff, and what context. So the Office of Head Start lays that out. They have full regulations on all of those masking mandates and the vaccination ones.
So if somebody is seeking an exemption to be vaccinated for religious purposes, they still wouldn't be able to work. It's vaccinated or not?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go, Dr. Johnson, floor is yours.
Okay, so that's what I have as far as the report. Can you go ahead and I've included all the staff reports and killed a tree this time, and you have the policy council. If you could just go down my Head Start's approval, I think I'm ready to roll.
Number 1, a motion to approve the director and staff reports. So moved by Dallas. Second by Mr. Vice Chair. Question by Dion.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Lloyd Kerr Jr.?
Number one right there, Junior, Director and Staff Reports.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman? Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion.
Okay, going off the overhead, moving on to number 2, motion to approve enrollment data report if no questions or comments from leadership. So moved by Curtis,
Second.
second by Junior Kirk. Is there a question? Question by Dallas Owen.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Floyd Kerr Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Leon Crawford? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
In your handouts, moving on to number 3, food reimbursement report. Questions or comments? No questions or comments, is there a motion to approve? So moved by Emily Swim. Second by Long Hollow.
Question.
Question by Ole Agency.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Leon Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Floyd Kerr Jr.?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman? Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Moving on to number 4, health and attendance reports. I'll give you some time if you have any questions or comments. No further questions or comments. I'm going to ask for a motion to approve.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Dion.
Second.
Second by Junior. Question by Curtis.
Leon Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Floyd Kerr Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman? Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion.
Moving on to your financial reports. Any questions or comments for leadership?
Second.
So moved by Kakiza Haska, second by Oladency. Question by Emmy Swim.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Floyd Kerr Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Leon Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Moving on to number 6, carryover request. Any questions or comments for Dr. Johnson? Mr. Vice Chair.
Dr. Johnson, is this carrying over this from the grant?
From the grant itself, and it'll be pending final report figure. I need to meet with Marge.
So moved by Mr. Vice Chair. Second by Emily Swim. Question by Curtis.
Tribal Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Floyd Kerr Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Leon Crawford?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Moving on to number 7, approval for that 2% COLA. For questions or comments from leadership. So moved by Mr. Vice Chair. Second by Emily Swim. Question by Long Hollow.
Tribal Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette? Floyd Kerr Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Leon Crawford?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
FYI, your number 8, policy council minutes.
That's just for your information.
Any a motion to approve the Head Start, early Head Start by Mr. Vice Chair. Second by Long Hollow. Question by Emily Swim.
Tribal Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette?
Yes.
Lloyd Clark Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion
Dr. Johnson, you got to end then by Mr. Vice Chair.
The 15,000, was that from that, check that wasn't cashed from them?
From the
First
Jewish
Nations?
Trust? Yeah.
Okay, so that's all taken care of now?
Yeah, let me double check on that.
Okay, because I think we needed to send a form saying that we don't have the check and we wanted it reissued or something.
Okay. Sometimes it seems like a problem to get our checks. They get lost.
Okay, I'll forward you this email.
Okay. Because I have the grant document and, it might be the first payment of a check, the first payment, because they came in $15,000 chunks. And they just have a payment schedule for it. So I'll follow up on it with you though. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. We appreciate it. Is emergency management out there? Or if not, planning? Matt, ready? Are they out there? Yeah. And if they're not out there yet, I'm gonna go on to Dallas. He's waving his hand over here.
So,
Duly noted.
yeah, just creeping away on the agenda. So, as we all know that, COVID has been rising significantly in our community. And so, there's been an issue regarding Chapter 2405-6. There's been instances of individuals who have contracted COVID that still remain at large in the community and are recklessly spreading the disease. And so, just to make it apparent, I would like to make a motion to amend Chapter 24-5-6. Any person who knows or has reason to know that he, quote unquote, is infected with a communicable disease, which includes, but is not limited to, COVID-19 and subsequent variants, and who recklessly exposes another to the disease, shall be deemed guilty of transmitting a communicable disease. A violation of this section is a Class 1 misdemeanor, pending legal review.
Any questions or comments? But I want to make sure Lindsay gets your.
Yeah, I got it written down.
Okay. I want to make sure she has it down corrected. But any questions or comments for Dallas and his motion? Go ahead, Dion.
Was that a motion?
Yeah.
What does it currently say? You don't know?
It currently says, just basically everything. I just inserted the part where it involves COVID-19 and subsequent variants, just so that people are aware that's included. Otherwise, it's more open and broad to include other diseases, but that's why I added not limited to, so this will also include HIV, herpes, and so on and so forth.
Second.
So moved by Emily Sims, second by Lake Traverse.
Question.
There you go. Question by Junior Kirk.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette? Lloyd Clark Jr.?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman?
Abstain.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Dallas.
And then I have another motion. As you all know, we have a significant drug problem, and I'm glad that the chairman has created the task force to start addressing the drug issue in our community. But I feel like we need to step up our game here because people are losing their lives in our community, folks. And it's no joking matter. It's not. We have to be taking this more seriously. And so I think we need to send a message to all those that are distributing and trafficking these illicit drugs need to know that we will not stand for this. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to amend 2403-2, the manslaughter code, to say any person who recklessly causes the death of another human being, which includes but is not limited to 24A03-03, which is the distribution section in the Controlled Substance Act, shall be deemed guilty of manslaughter. A violation of this section is a felony pending legal review.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Swim, second by Lake Travers.
Question?
Question by Old Latency. Just 1 second before I ask for a vote, Lindsay, make sure you got the whole thing down.
I thought I had better handwriting.
Yeah.
Mine's worse.
If you need some translating of those hieroglyphs or something else.
I just need pictures. And whenever you're ready, Lindsay, just let me know so we can call for vote.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman,
Abstain.
Chairman motion.
Go ahead, Dallas.
And then I got one more here, which is going to be a little more controversial. But as we know that our vaccination rate on the tribe is nowhere near it should be. I'm very happy that seeing the vaccination rate for our elders is extremely high. But when we start looking into the 5 to 30, we are doing extremely poorly. And as you look at our numbers today, our cases are still in the high 200s. And it's not going to get any worse if we do not take actions that will improve the safety of our members. And so, moving forward, one of the biggest proponents that has been arguing against the vaccine is Fox News. But guess what? You don't need to get vaccinated in order to step foot on their property. So they're even making a change around on that. And so, for the Fair Labor Standard Act does not mandate that we pay hazard pay. The state law does not mandate that we have to pay hazard pay. We don't have a tribal law that mandates we have to pay premium or hazard pay for COVID. And so in an effort to protect the community and to ensure more vaccinations, I make the motion to amend the American Rescue Plan allocation resolution regarding premium pay, that in order to receive premium pay, the individual must be vaccinated for COVID-19 by an approved FDA method, with exceptions to be allowed for religious and medical reasons, by which Human Resources must produce a policy by March 1st. If Human Resources fails to do so, the executive or executive officers will be held accountable, pending legal review by Steve Gunn.
Motion made by Amy Swim,
Second.
second by Dion.
Question?
Question by Old Latency.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman,
No.
the Chairman motion passed.
Thank you, leadership. Anything else, Dallas?
No, I thank you all for the support you showed here today. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
Moving on to our agenda, EMS is not here planning, but I'll try to make some room after lunch. After lunch, we got Fish and Wildlife, Youth Department, the Shota, the radio station, Enrollment Office, and DCA. So with that, we're gonna go on lunch break, and we got a full schedule this afternoon.
Are we coming back at 1?
Still not here, so I'm gonna go with planning since Matt is here. Go ahead, Matt, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Tribal Council. The purpose of the action items the Planning Department is submitting for council today are based on three separate items. Earlier this morning, a memo was dropped off explaining the three motions. If anyone has a copy or needs a copy.
Everybody have a copy?
The first motion is regarding an EDA grant application.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Ole Agency to approve the number one motion that he's requesting. Second by Emily Swim. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Louis Johnson. Leon Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman. Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Council. Going on to number two, Matt.
I think we can just table that one. I just learned that we do not need to initiate the application by February 11th. We need to have our complete application by May 11th. Yeah, we'll just table this and I'll bring it up at a future meeting. The third motion is a request to extend the contract with Beverly Santacola pending legal review until February 4th, 2023. Yeah, that's an error. Excuse me.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Dion. Second by Curtis. Question by Dallas.
Leon Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairman. Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Council and execs. Go ahead, Dion.
I don't have any more action items until I'm waiting for Megan. I believe Megan has an action item that requires council's approval regarding the SWO U of M hemp study.
Okay, so since Matt is done with his report, or done with his action items, while planning is still here, I wanted to bring a recommendation that came from RPC at our regular meeting on January 26th. Back in, I think it was March of 2021, RPC, or it was in February of 2021 that RPC made a recommendation to council for a business advisory committee that we passed that unanimously, or I think it was unanimously at that time, and asked the chairman to work on development of that. However, I think that because of the ARP and some of those items that have taken up time, RPC felt that it would be more beneficial to not let this to bring it back to the table and ask for an amendment to that motion. And you know, they're very understanding. They want to make sure that this item moves forward. So they brought a motion made by Bill Larott from Lake Traverse to request that Tribal Council, oh wait, that was not that one. To recommend that motion 47 of March 3rd, 2021 be amended to say to have Tribal Vice Chairman Edmund Johnson Jr. initiate the development of a business advisory committee with policies, procedures, duties, and responsibilities, applications, and a budget with drafts of all documents to be presented for Tribal Council review before March 2nd, 2022. I've discussed this with our chairman. He is in agreement with that recommendation, and I've discussed with our vice chairman, and he is in agreement as long as the chairman is in agreement. So I would like to make the motion to amend that motion with this language as recommended by the Reservation Planning Commission.
Motion moved by Dion for amending that motion. And like Dan said, both administrators are good.
Second.
Second by all agency. Question by Dallas.
Thank you, Lindsay. Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Lloyd Kerr Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, council. Anything else, Dion, from RPC?
That's it for today. I will bring this other recommendation at a later date. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dion. Going over to Dallas.
So where are we at with the small business loans and/or grants with ARPA funds?
Yes, that's a good question. We've gone through 6 revisions to the application and the policies and procedures with the Small Business Advisory Group that's through the Reservation Planning Commission. I think at the end of the year, this past year, it was sent to outside counsel for review, and the application process will be completely, once it's approved by the executive committee, we'll start a notice of funding opportunity through whatever channel, whether it be the SHOTA or online somehow, so that the membership are made aware of that program.
So what's the date here?
It could be as soon as whenever executive committee approves the application. I
Will
believe
you guys be
Steve,
meeting this week then, Mr. Chairman?
They should be still meeting tomorrow.
right.
Available over the phone.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else coming from leadership for Matt? If not, is there a motion to approve?
The refinance with Great Western. What do you got for me?
I don't know where that went due to the transition in the implementing phase of that refinance plan. I don't know where it is. We probably have to re-explore that and have a round table at some point to decide what direction to go next.
So you're no longer the POC per se?
I'm the person that was directed to get a presentation ready for council's support. Right now, we're in the doldrums on that one. It's still ready. It's still an opportunity. It's just going to take some time to implement the due diligence, legal, and all that type of review that goes along with these type of transactions.
All right, thanks, man. I was just curious. Still excited about the whole deal.
Right on. Yeah.
Going over to Curtis, floor is yours.
Matt, can you set something up on where we're at with that, and then maybe we can discuss this further too at a round table?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions or comments for Matt Thompson of the Planning Department. Motion to approve report.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Dion. Second by Dallas. Question by Curtis.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Lloyd Kerr Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Julie Johnson. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, council and exec. Thank you, Matt. We appreciate it. Since we're waiting on the Fish and Wildlife Office report, Mr. Fisher, do you have anything?
this on? I just come to council, me and a couple buddies again, we're putting on a fishing tournament, and I just ask if you guys would be able to donate again for door prizes.
Any questions or comments coming from leadership? As we know that you came before council last year, right?
Yes.
Okay. Dallas?
How generous were we last year?
About the same as I got on the back.
I just couldn't remember. All right, thank you.
Yeah, it was about the same.
Anything else? I think the total amount he's asking for is $1,700.
That'll be 1603.
Excuse me, 1603.
No taxes. And this is all from ACE insistent, so.
Go ahead, Curtis.
So, would it come out of ours? I think that's what we did last time.
The council's budget?
Yeah. Right? Yeah. I'll make that motion.
So moved by Curtis, second by Dallas. Question by Buffalo Lake coming out of $1,600 out of the council budget.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr. Dallas Owen. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Yes. Yep. All right, thank you, members of leadership,
Thank you,
for
guys.
supporting the second annual Tri-Lakes Ice Fishing Tournament. All right, Charlie.
Good afternoon, is it on? All right. It's got a few action items here. I think I sent them out to each of you. You've received them. The first one up is the spring turkey. We're thinking spring. So today is Groundhog's Day. But spring turkey, no changes from last year. Fees and season would remain the same. Been approved by the Fish and Wildlife Board, so the next step is tribal council approval.
Okay, any questions or comments coming from leadership? So moved by Curtis. Is that a question?
Second.
Dallas? Yeah. Okay, second by Ole Agency. Question for Dallas. Floor is yours.
I guess technically it's off topic, but I was just kind of curious, do we keep track of the population itself and then what's this year compared to other years?
Absolutely, we have, so the booklet that you get, the recommendations, all the trends are in there, so we can definitely, and right now, they're at all-time high, that's why you're seeing double permits.
Oh, okay, that's kind of what I was curious, and then there was, a handful sitting right there in the parking lot, so I was just curious.
Yeah.
All right.
Question by Amy Swin.
Curtis Smith. Yes. Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Louis Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman. Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion.
Go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you. Next one is our spring spearing, stream fishing season. Nothing has changed there either. The proposed season would remain the same and the fees are the same.
Any questions or comments from leadership for spearing seasons be coming up shortly? No comments or questions or motion to approve the season? Moved by Ms. Swim, second by Oladency. Question by Curtis.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Go ahead, Charlene.
Next one is the fishing hook and line proclamation. This one, there is a couple of changes on there, but nothing significant. There's a change in a catfish limit, and there's a change to the non-member elder status or fee. If you notice down on the bottom, the non-member elder is now the same fee as a non-member. So that's the only change. They all remain the same price.
Good. There you go. Leadership, you have any questions or comments for Charlene on that motion she is asking for? Motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved by Oladency. Second by Annie Swin. Question by Louis. That late lunch is, I'm feeling a late lunch.
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thanks, Charlene.
And that concludes it for our spring seasons. The next one is the Lou's greenhouse invoice. Each of you had a chance to take a look at that. That was the lowest one for our seeds and plants. So our recommended purchase vendor is from Lou's. And the funding source would be our extension 638 funds.
Okay, leadership, any questions or comments for the request for Lou's greenhouse? Go ahead, Dallas.
This still go through procurement. I'm not seeing their signature thingy on this.
You're not seeing a signature?
Yeah,
Here on the bottom, there's a little procurement CH 13122 on the bottom. That's procurement's stamp.
I guess it's not showing up on the online thing.
That's been through procurement.
Okay.
And then you'll see your other comparable, well, it wouldn't be comparable, but your competitive quote in there, but 4 times as much as this one, so that's why we're recommending Lou's.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Deanne. Second by Annie Swim.
Question.
Question by Oladency.
Sorry, who was asking me a question? Yes, that's the correct amount.
Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you, council and execs. Back to Charlene.
That is all I have for council action today. Thank you. I will, Megan's presenting something, but I'll stay in if there's any questions on it. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the Fish and Wildlife Report? So moved by Kakiza Haska.
Second.
Second by Oladency. Question by Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Charlene. Go ahead, going over to our legal. Megan, whenever you're ready, make sure you move over to the mic.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council. Thank you for this opportunity. I received information on the Sisseton-Wapton Oyate Hemp Economic Feasibility Study Phase 2. The Planning Department, Matthew Thompson, I was supposed to be with his report, but here I am. So Matthew Thompson submitted a request to review amendments to the original agreement MOU that was signed August 30th of 2019. So they presented 2 amendments to that. I also have George Weeblin, who's the University of Minnesota consultant, if you want to get him on the line for questions on it. But what this really is, an amendment to that agreement to, one, extend the time frame due to the COVID stuff that happened last year. There was a delay in the project. So they want to move forward this year and complete that phase 2. So they're requesting an extension of that agreement from June 1st of 2021 to May 31st of 2023. They're also requesting approval of a budget of $100,000 to be supplied by the tribe. I did speak with Matthew Thompson, planning director. He did say he had a budget allocated for that. So that was why I was going to come in on his time. But so he did inform me that that's covered under his program. And Charlene's here. She's the project manager that's going to be overseeing this project. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Yeah, any questions? Because Charlene's been at this project for years. So she knows a great history of this. So if you have any questions, go ahead, Curtis.
Charlene, have you been in contact with them then since the delay?
Yeah, we have been in contact, so it was actually pretty fortunate that they stayed on board with us, and just with the legal stuff that kind of put it on hold there, so still a good working relationship and worthwhile to go forward and finish out the feasibility study.
Any questions coming from leadership? We can't do any action items as of right now, no quorum, unless Deanne comes back. Go ahead, Dallas.
So,
Okay. Go ahead, Dallas. Oh, if he leaves. Go ahead, Dallas.
So I'm just gonna assume that the budget that they have in place is gonna be economic development section 7. Isn't that what
that's what I was told.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you just need a motion, could move forward with it?
Motion to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the
So moved.
amended agreement.
So moved by Emily Swin.
Second.
Second by Will Agency. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette?
Yes.
Floyd Kerr Jr.?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Megan. Appreciate it. Is the youth department ready?
Megan, just let you know, you gave it through, we approved that she can amend the contract for 1 day. Very good.
Okay, since the youth department is not available, I'm going to move on to the short paper on the KXSW radio station. I just waited for you to wet your whistle. Either one, just use your mic. We have a listening audience out there. Green light.
There we go. Don't want to take too much of your time. All we're here for is to ask for our budget. And if you want to give us money for the Shota right now, that would be cool too. Our budget, when we had a roundtable with you guys, you said that we were going with last year's amounts, and last year we got 2 payments that equaled $91,200. And when we met with you in the roundtable, you also said that we would be getting first shot at some program support carryover to get us back up to $100,000 budget for the radio station. So that's our request. So right now, since we took on the Shota, we're broke.
Okay, any questions or comments from leadership or Mr. Vice Chair? Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I was looking at my... Go ahead, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought, did we allocate that Shota funding?
While we're waiting for Mr. Vice Chair, just a heads up, Council, EMS has a full schedule today, and it's hard for him to get away because he's so busy out in the community. So we'll reschedule him.
Gerald, it is budgeted for $100,000 for the radio station. Just go ahead and submit a request from the board. You guys want to draw it down or whatever? Isn't that how we did it before?
Every year it changes.
Well, let's just go back to when I was doing it then. Just send me a letter saying you're requesting it.
Okay. Yeah, for the 100,000?
Yeah.
Can we get it, are we gonna, because like I said, we've done it all at once. We've done it in 4 payments and we've done it in 2 payments. I can't remember, did we do it in 2 payments?
We did 4 with me.
Okay.
So we'll just break it up but you should be getting 2 payments because we're halfway through, or almost halfway through the fiscal year, so.
Okay, so request 2 quarters?
Yeah, so, or what'll benefit you guys?
1 payment, because we go through this every year. I mean, this is my 5th year with the radio station. And you know that we go through this every year.
Yep.
And sometimes we get questions from council and they want to know everything we're doing. Sometimes you just give us the money. So hopefully you just give us the money this time.
Okay. We'll just do the 2 payments then.
Okay. So submit.
And then I know council approved $200,000 for the Shota, but that budget was approved with incoming sales. The tribe usually only gave $40,000 for the Shota. So if you guys still want to keep it at 200, you need to let me know. But otherwise it was 400,000 or 40,000 that the Shota got, and the rest was income.
Go ahead, Dallas.
As long as I see one of these periodically on a timely matter and there's legitimate information and decent news to be had, I'm okay with it.
Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So did we ever get that contract done and signed? Because I know that we did the RFP and I thought there was a proposal.
No, we need, what lawyer are we working with? Are we working with the chairman, the vice chairman to hash out the agreement?
Vice Chairman, that's you guys are underneath the Vice Chair.
Oh, okay. So then our vice chairman, what lawyer are we using? Because I know this was before, that roundtable we had was before you came on. with,
Lawyer for what?
for the agreement to run the Shota. Because we're doing this with.
Go ahead, Curtis, if you remember.
So I think the contract had to do with Chuck in the past, so being that it's coming back into the tribal entity, did that change?
Well, I was thinking, Garrett, we wouldn't have to do anything if you guys are taking over as the radio station. We already have an agreement with the radio station, right? So all we need to do is just amend that you guys are the radio station and the newspaper?
We have an agreement with the casinos.
Yeah,
that we have that, but we do not have an agreement or a contract with the tribe.
That's because of the charter though, right? Or whatever that you guys are operating
we're
under?
incorporated under the tribe and the state.
Would you be able to just put the newspaper in there with that?
It would be nice if we could just get one agreement with the council that covers the Shota and the radio station and what services we provide to the casino and what services we provide to the tribe.
Curtis.
So can you get with legal and maybe kind of hash that out, and then maybe we can approve something moving forward at the next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But I would like to, so we can move on with the budgets, that amend that 200 to 40, because the other 160 was based on income, like how we do our tax budget. That's all predicted. Huh? Yeah, predicted program income.
It's 40,000 in the budget interest.
But
Chuck was including income on top, but he was expecting $160.
And seeing that's what confused me is he's putting that in his budget, but we didn't have anything to do with the banking. You know what I mean? That way, they're taking care of it. We give them the 40 that we're doing, and any income they still keep track of, right? So that, yeah.
I'm gonna go over to Deanne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that was kind of why we wanted the RFP, because it wasn't clear. It was all verbal, and we just wanted something very clear. So if we can, however you guys decide to do that, is just make it so that it's clear.
Well, I'd like just to
Everything's
get the
clear.
approval for the 40 so that they can at least get some of that too.
When we had the round table, we were talking 100. And I shouldn't say, if you recall, when Chuck started, he had it already set up because he was doing the Wilmont paper. I think that was before I was born. But anyway, he had it all set up. All he had to switch was from Wilmont to tribal. So he had it all set up. We don't. So it was fine for him to do it at 40. But when we had a round table, we talked 100.
I wasn't here, so that'd have to be your guys'.
See, and that's the confusing part, because in the big budget, it said 200,000 that they, or 180,000 somewhere in there that they were gonna get. And we all thought that was outrageous. So and then you guys said you can come in and do it at 100,000. Okay, that was what we agreed on. But since then, in the budgets for the last few years, they've only gotten 40,000. Oh.
So what we budgeted was.
So
What we have in our budgets is the radio station has budgeted $100,000 because that's what we gave them last year. For fiscal 21 for the Shota, what we have budgeted is $40,000 out of tax as support, and then they had 160, I believe, 160,000 from program income. And that's regarding sales and all their subscriptions. So one was an income budget and we only gave the Shota 40, but for the radio, it was 100. So with the motion that you guys made, from what it sounds like, is we're giving the radio station $100,000, the Shota $200,000. That's what it's, from my understanding from the motion. So we're giving them basically $300,000, and then they're also going to have their program income still, which is $160,000. So they're roughly going to have a $460,000 budget.
See, and that's where the misinformation came into play. They didn't tell us at that time, the budget office or the previous vice chairman didn't tell us that they were only receiving $40,000 from us.
Okay.
So when we looked at that sheet, that's where we saw that. It was, I think it was equal to 200,000.
Yeah, but if
total.
But if you read the top part, it tells you where the money is coming from. So the 40,000 was from tax, and then the 160 was their own program income. So it tells you. So
I think it was together, wasn't it? I thought it was together.
If you read the matrix, it tells you exactly on the right the full amount of what the program receives, but on the top, it tells you where all the funding sources are on top.
Okay.
So, it clear?
What Garrel's saying though is that at the round table, regardless if it was 40 or 200 that you guys agreed on was 100.
Exactly, Vice Chairman. And the reason for that is what I said with Chuck. He already had it set up. We don't.
Yeah.
And we had to use the radio station funds to do the Shota. We did the trial run, the free one. Now we got the second one out. It's not the greatest, and you notice, if you got a copy of it, how much advertising is in there. So we're not bringing any advertising dollars yet, and we won't bring in any probably for another month or two, because there's only three of us. There's me, there's Tom, and there's Betty Jo. So that's why the $100,000 is...
Okay, I somewhat agree with you now,
Yep.
because it's startup money, but probably don't expect 100,000 next year. Okay?
Yep. Exactly.
Okay.
How about this? We can approve the radio station and the newspaper at 140. And then make another motion for the newspaper for 60.
Okay, two different motions, one startup fee, and the other one's your regular budget.
Yes.
I'll make that a motion.
What's your motion, Junior?
First motion would be for the radio station and the newspaper, their budget would be 140,000.
100 for the radio station and 40 for the newspaper.
Yeah.
Motion on the floor by Junior Curtis.
Second.
Second by Dion Crawford. Question by Curtis.
Floyd Clark Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Louis Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Anything else, girl?
Okay, no, my next motion's gonna be to give the newspaper $60,000 for startup costs.
Second.
Moved by Oladency and second by Dion.
Question.
Question by Mr. Vice Chair.
Gaming, Lindsay.
Is that both? Is that for both?
The funding source would be gaming for the startup cost one.
Floyd Clark Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you, Council and Exec.
September, I'll have that for you.
Huh? What? I did Tom wants to get paid, so do I.
Thank you, girl. We
All right.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Council.
Motion approved the Shota and the KXSW report.
So move.
So moved by Oladency, second by Emily Swim. If there is no question, I'm going to call for a vote.
Can you read the voters?
Motion moved by Olidency, second by Amy Swim.
See, I still understand.
And there was no question, so I'm going to call for a vote.
Questions, right?
Question by Curtis.
Just there's a lot of people now.
Yes.
You know, stuff, yeah, I'll
Yeah, even if it's just one.
Okay.
Just
Yes.
one for payroll, please.
Yep.
All right, thanks.
Yes.
Are you here for the enrollment report? Oh, youth report? Okay.
Dallas is the only one that fights.
Just a little, Mike.
Okay. We appreciate you coming in on behalf of Derek, the program manager, to do his report.
I might say bad words, I'm sorry. I'm sorry ahead of time. I'm all nervous, I might get funny and everything.
You'll be okay.
You want to handle it here? What? You'll get 2,000 people listening. I can't read right now. Okay. So you're out there.
And you're on TV.
What? You shut them off? You got it.
You do find Jamie. Just make sure your mic is on because we do have a listening audience out there. Yeah, you do need one. Just press the right button. Your green light will come on like this. I'll help you. Okay, Jamie, you ready? Your first one on your thing is you got a reference is a Showcase and Rec series, black finish lamp coat. Any questions or comments coming from leadership for the amount of $28,071.69?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Oladency. Second by Emily Swim. Question by Dion. Procurement already went through this. This is a coat for the Showcase and Rack series, black finish lamp coat. And this is coming out of Oyate Products, LLC.
Yes.
Yes. He stepped out.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Council. Just continue to help you out, Jamie. This is your next one. Is going to be a quote for your Boss XT snowplow coat for the amount of $9,935.80. I see it went to procurement. Any questions or comments coming from leadership?
Is that the recommendation? Because the other price is cheap.
They're gonna go with Oyate Products. That's what Derek said. It's on the second page.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a recommendation. So move, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Valencia,
Second.
second by Dion. Question by Amy Swim.
Chloe Carter Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Louis Johnson. Deanna Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette, Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Jamie. Anything else? All right, you did a great job for the listening audience out there. Motion to approve the youth enrollment, or youth department.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion moved by Dion, second by Dallas. Question by Judy Kirk, or Judy Cobb.
Deanna Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette, Chloe Carter Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Is enrollment available? Because we need to get those. We need to get our enrollment approved by council. Set. I'm going to turn the floor over to Chairman Johnson. Go ahead, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, members of council, executives. We'll go to Lake Traverse for their executive meeting acknowledgement. Good afternoon, Tribal Council executives. Lake Traverse District had an executive meeting on January 30th. Motion number 1 was to accept a new membership as listed. Motion number 2 is to accept a youth membership as listed pending application completion with travel enrollment. We know travel enrollment's been closed, so we're just waiting on some of the applications to get their actual travel enrollment papers. Motion number 3, same thing with youth to adult membership pending completed application with paperwork from travel enrollment. And that's all we had, Mr. Chairman, for Lake Traverse District. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Motion number 5. Premium pay for our district coordinator, Peggy King, retroactive in March of 2020.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to acknowledge the Lake Traverse District Executive Meeting on Sunday, January 30th.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Dion. Second by Emily Swim. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Lloyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Go ahead, Chairman Johnson.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we'll go over to Buffalo Lake. Buffalo Lake had their regular meeting on January 30th. Zoom does work, guys. Only one for council action is motion number 4 to approve Buffalo Lake adult relinquishments as listed. And that's all Buffalo Lake at rest of district business.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. Motion to acknowledge the Buffalo Lake District meeting minutes for January 30th. So moved by Louis Johnson, second by Dallas. Question by Curtis.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette, Lloyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman. Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you, Council. The execs, back to Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the rest is just, what I'm gonna bring up is the Civil Rights Office. I know a few months back, Dallas made a motion to go forward to that. Gaming board, where's that at? IHS, you guys said you were gonna get us a letter or whatever that's for, but. And then the last one is I wanted to bring up is the 1.3 that you allocated for the districts. When we had 5 districts come in with 1.5. And Enemy Swim comes in with 1.3 and that's what it's at.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any questions on that 1.3 million to each 7 districts with Chairman Johnson is bringing forward?
When it was a typo from Enemy Swim to at 1.3. I have been saying it for the last 2 months.
Go ahead.
It definitely was not a typo. It came off the floor.
Just to remind everybody, make sure your hands are raised so I can acknowledge you guys. Dallas.
Just to reiterate, it was not a typo.
Go Chairman Johnson.
Yes, we had 5 districts, I know for sure. Maybe even 6 that come in with 1.5. I mean, that was the initial amount, and why does Enemy Swim get to go off of their motion that they, if it wasn't a typo, regardless?
Go ahead, Dallas.
I guess I was the only one that spoke up. So, I mean, that's the one that came through. Because I acknowledge that the districts were wanting additional monies. And I followed through with my district motion as it was presented. And, you know, this is a working relationship. You guys are getting something, and I wish it would go by faster, but frankly, that's just the hand we're dealt at the moment, and I hope that the process does speed up. Because Enemy Swim has stuff, too, that I would like to get done.
Thank you.
Junior Kirk from Old Agency.
I'll make a motion, we raise it to 1.5.
Motion moved by Old Agency to move it up to 1.5 million.
Second.
Second by Dion Crawford. Calling for a question. Question by Mr. Vice Chair.
Junior,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yeah. Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman. Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
I guess you just wanted to hear your thunder, Mr. Chair, from Anderson. Thank you, leadership. Dion, floor is yours. Okay, Dion had her hand raised. Sorry about that.
My understanding was that you guys came in with, was it 450,000? And then you wanted it all at once? So that's where the 1.3 came from. Didn't you guys come in with a motion for 450,000? Well, I know it wasn't. So, I mean, I think we were just trying to follow what you guys were requesting. And that was the total one, that's where the 450 came from? I know there was some, it started out and then it grew and then it grew and then it grew. It's so,
And somebody had an idea of getting it in one lump sum, which is fine too, but this is where this whole application process came into play, so.
Okay, then where is our civil rights office at this point?
Mr. Vice Chair. Then after that, Curtis had his hand raised up to you.
I've been looking into that, and I understand it's needed and everything, but it's something that, you know, we want to get done, but we just can't do it right now. We can't even, because as of right now, we can't even fulfill our legal department. We can't even get a prosecutor. We can't even get a public defender. And then we're going to start another program that, what? We can start advertising and stuff, but that's all I can say we can really do. And we're not even sure we can get somebody to run it.
Chairman Johnson, too, on your other issue, on your number 2 on your handout, changed bank from Great Western to Great Plains, that's been changed back to Dakota Bank. Any questions or any comments from leadership? Dallas, floor is yours.
And then I do believe Lake Traverse brought a motion to have HR get a recruiting firm. And I know she talked about it several times, and I just don't know where that conversation stopped or where it needs to be picked up. So I just want to give a friendly reminder that that one's out there.
Thanks, Dallas. Chairman Johnson.
Okay, and then our gaming board, we're still waiting for that.
Any questions or comments from Mr. Chair, from leadership? Francis, floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, I think what Dion's asking about is, you know, policies and procedures or whatever for sitting on that board, but I don't understand why we just can't utilize the same policies and procedures we had from the previous boards. You know, that would be suffice enough just to get that board established.
Yeah, that's a good point, Francis.
Then going off of that, then we had a motion 2 months ago on the corporate offices, and you're gonna have legal look into something, their contracts, and then then what happened?
Dallas, as a board member, floor is yours.
So one resigned, didn't have to worry about him. And then we had to advertise again to be up to date with our internal controls. And then we're still looking to hear back from the other ones, but that's an update I got for you right now.
Go ahead, Francis.
Mr. Chairman, what internal controls are you referring to, Dallas?
I can't remember the exact one, but I just know that when we were discussing it Friday, when we had the for-profit, that was what came before us, and I think it was Floyd mentioned it to me that it was part of the internal controls, and so that was added in the motion so that way when the minutes are distributed out to the districts, they'll understand that we need to be within the internal controls. I can't remember which ones off the exact top of my head, I just know they're there. So if someone else could help me out with that, I'd be really appreciative.
The reason why I'm asking is because that's not in the internal controls.
He's talking about the gaming compact.
It's not even in the gaming compact, you have to have corporate. The only place that makes reference to it is the Shakopee loan agreement. And it just says you have to have competent management, it doesn't say you have to have corporate.
All right, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my only difficulty is that these contracts were signed before I was elected. And so one of the things that, one of my concerns, and it's not that because I do, but because this was done before I was here, to terminate somebody without cause, I don't feel that it's right. Even if we do a severance, I just think if they haven't done anything wrong, that they can be terminated for, I don't feel right about that. The second thing, marketing, I voted no. Even though there's a tribal member in that position temporarily, I voted no on that out of respect for your request to eliminate those corporate positions. It passed, but I think to not fill them is easier than to terminate contracts like that, because the one thing that we're experiencing right now, we're having difficulties with our court system because of things that happened. And I know that the person that sat in this chair was opposed to those things. However, I think that we don't want to create that type of chaos. That's my concern. So I just want to share that with you, not that we're not trying to listen to you and that we don't hear you, but that's kind of where I'm at with that one. And once legal gets back to us on if there's cause with any of those corporate positions, then, we will definitely be willing to take a look at that, because I think we discussed an evaluation and some of those things for the CEO. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Francis.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pretty sure when you have your corporate staff that's lying to you guys and telling you guys that they interviewed for these GM positions when they didn't, I think that'd be enough cause right there to terminate them contracts. They said that their previous council interviewed these positions, these applicants, and they selected 2 general managers, and that wasn't the truth.
Motion to go into executive session.
Second.
Motion made by Will Agency to go into exec session, second by Lake Travers. And that's going to be at 2:49, question over by Curtis.
Yes.
Yes.
At 3:29, we're coming out of the exec session, moved by Junior Kirk. Second by Dion. Question by Kakiza Haska.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette, Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council, and also to Mr. Chair. We still got the Big Coulee District meeting.
Okay, turn it over to Big Coulee.
Big Coulee had the regular district meeting on Sunday, January 30th. Motion number 5 was made to have tribal council and executives pay back their retroactive premium pay due to the COVID pandemic, as this was not brought to the districts for approval. Motion number 6 was made to disperse the 1.3 million COVID pandemic funds allocated to the Big Coulee district member, to each Big Coulee district member, adult and youth. Motion number 12 was made to approve Big Coulee district new adult membership as listed. Motion number 13 was made to approve the Big Coulee district youth membership as listed. Motion number 24 was made to approve adult membership as listed. Motion number 20 was made to have System Wapanan Housing representative bring to the System Wapanan Housing Board request to have a multi-story apartment complexes built for the members. Motion number 21 was made to have Big Coulee District Rep, Housing Rep bring to the System Wapanan Housing Board request to have housing built for the members who work for the Dakota Casino. Motion number 23 was made to declare the position vacant for the Constitution Revision, Human Service, Natural Resources, Tax, as the representatives had missed 3 consecutive meetings. Motion number 24 was made to seat Mary Jo for Human Service Board. Motion number 25 was made to seat Leanne Tallbear for the Constitution Revision Committee, Natural Resource, Tax, and Tax. And motion number 28 was made to have the Police Commission request law enforcement reinstate the Drug Task Force and Community Action Task Force to pursue prosecution of the drug problem and request outside help, state and federal, with any drug elimination assistance, and to set up shelter for the informants. And that was it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion to acknowledge the regular district meeting for Big Coulee on January 30th. Motion made by Curtis, second by Oledinski. Question by Amy Swim.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Chairman Johnson, anything else? Oops, Dallas, then Dion.
Hey, Lynn, can you just pass me Leanne's information for the next Constitution revision meeting? It's on the ex officio. Thank you.
Okay.
Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to include the district coordinators in the premium pay resolution. We can amend the resolution and include all of the district coordinators and have Mr. Gunn determine the level or the rate of that pay.
Motion on the floor moved by Dion Crawford. Is there a second?
If you amend your motion pending legal review because they're not tribal employees. If there's a way he can find a way, then.
I have no problem doing that.
Okay. Second.
Motion amended by Dion, second by Oladency, question by Andy Swim. Sorry. Is there a question? If there is no question, I'm going to ask for a vote.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette, Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
No.
Louis Johnson, Tribal Vice Chairman. Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you, Council and Exec. Mr. Chair. No. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members
Motion to
of
approve DCA.
Motion made by Oladency, second by Curtis, to approve the DCA report. Question by Musman.
Yes.
Dallas Owen, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Curtis.
Curtis.
Yes or no?
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Denied. He's calling me and now he's calling Sam because Sam's the one who ordered That's where it always comes from. Council, I need a couple of action items here. One, I need a motion to open a new account for the Dakota crossing bills that need to be paid. This is before Bowie took over. To open account to pay for outstanding bills when Dakota Crossing was operated by the tribe.
Well,
There's certain bills that we have. He didn't buy the bill. Second.
So moved by Curtis, second by Oladency. Question by Andy Swim.
To open an account.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
And then last but not least, motion to close the old account and to transfer the funds into the new account.
So moved by Curtis, second by Junior Kirk. Question by Dallas.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Anything else, Mr. Vice Chair?
No, I'm done.
Well, at least on the
Till tomorrow.
That's our agenda. Member of the council, that concludes our agenda. Motion to,
What's Ross here for? For the applications.
are they ready? Is he? Oh. Because I thought he left, so I didn't see him.
Well, now it's 1.5, my bad. What's the name right in the bar? I didn't try to see it. No. You're going to do a double? That's very
I apologize, Mr. Ross. I thought you left, so I was going to close down our meeting. But your floor is yours whenever you're ready for council.
Nope. Thank you, Comanche.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. I handed out the application for the Tribal District Relief Program, and so we just wanted to go over that to finalize it, and if need be, we can bring in Steve Gunn. He's available by phone. Really, we just wanted to make sure we went over this and that all the language is clear, the requirements are, so that everything is clear, even the requirements. And then on the bottom of the page, see supplemental guide for assistance. It's like a FAQ to help go through the application process, but I didn't want to create that until this was finalized. So there was email correspondence that was going back and forth about an and or. I'm not sure what that was regarding, but it could be about the selection of eligible uses, number 1 and number 2. Number 1 for sure. So tribal districts may use the funds to develop and implement programs, services, and assistance to address some or all of the following needs. I think it might have been implied that program, services, and or assistance, to add that to be more inclusive. I'm not sure exactly what was reviewed on your end. And then same thing with the second page. Tribal districts may receive technical, legal, and accounting assistance, and that could probably be an and or as well to be more inclusive.
Go ahead, Deanne, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the districts were happy with this form?
Yes.
Okay, and then Mr. Gunn reviewed this as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I created an application and he added some verbiage, some legal, not legalese, but, just changed simple things like the system Wapton Oyate has allocated funds from, the CSFRF instead of SWO will fund, so that it's not mandatory and that it's there for an eligible use. Oops. Yes, he's reviewed it and he's comfortable with this as well. And it covers everything too. The one question that the districts had is, once the application has been filled out and all the required documents have been submitted, what is the process after that? That was the one question that they had. How do they get funded? You know, does it go through procurement, and will it be paid directly to the vendor or to the tribe, for the tribe to then pay it? So that was the biggest unknown that the districts had during those meetings.
Curtis, floor is yours.
I think that was brought up in the last meeting, but was never really answered either, I think.
Right.
I don't remember that, I don't recall that ever being answered directly. I know there was a lot of problems with it, but nobody had an idea of if that was going to be the process or not. So.
Go, Junior.
So I know at our district, we're going to ask for the lump sum. You know, and that's just what, you know, that was brought up at our district side. And that's why I'm saying everybody's doing it a little bit different, but requesting different. But how do we want to do, I know everything's going to run through the tribe, but once we do the one lump request, whatever's in our business plan that's in this application is what we're going to follow with that business plan, yeah.
Anything else coming from council? Yeah.
I think, you know, we do have a little ways to go on this yet. I think it's not quite ready, but I think that the progress that we've made, or that has been made, not we made, but that has been made, has been really positive. And I think the feedback has been pretty good. So I would like to make a motion to approve this form.
Motion made by Lake Travis to approve the
We don't have our quorum right now. So.
Tribal District COVID-19 Pandemic Relief Program form for our districts.
We don't have a quorum right now. Gallo's gone.
I guess one thing that you should be aware of is that the $750,000 threshold, anything above that would trigger a single audit. So I just want you to be aware of that as well.
Say that again?
Any amount that's above $750,000 triggers a single audit.
Yep.
So. It's mandatory? Yes, yeah, that's mandatory.
Sorry, we're just waiting for another member of council to make a quorum to approve this.
And so once this is approved, then I'll submit the supplemental information.
Sure.
That can just elaborates more on each section. So it's more clear. It's a narrative that says this is how you do this and that, and what do you do when you have all the documents, and that's about it. Did you want me to include the and/or?
I would say yes.
Okay.
All right, Dallas is back, so this form, Dallas, motion moved by Dion Crawford to approve the form for the districts. Second by Dallas.
Question.
Federal agency.
What changes?
What changes?
And/or, so number 1, under the gray section, tribal districts may use the funds to develop and implement program services and/or assistance, as well as the second page, the tribal districts may receive technical, legal, and/or accounting assistance.
All right, call for vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairman. Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you, Council. Anything else for leadership?
No, I'll revise that and then resubmit it to council.
All right, we appreciate it.
As well as the supplemental page as well for your review.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time. Go ahead, yeah.
I think at that first meeting, they were supposed to be Garrett was supposed to do a policy on what they were talking about the process, an SOP. Has anybody seen, did we get that? Was that presented at the district?
Yeah, they asked for it. Garrett said that he would provide that at the last district meeting. He wasn't available, or he wasn't there, and
Okay.
so he didn't.
Maybe somebody can
that.
ask him if he has that. Okay, thank you.
I did include in the policy that I created, there is an internal controls based off of the tribes. So for budget and budget management and budget modifications, so that could be used. Yes, I emailed that to you. You should have that in that end of year report. So I could submit that too for your review as well. So,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, members of the council, that concludes our agenda. A motion to adjourn. So moved by Legacy, second by Any Swim. Members of leadership, we are adjourned at 3:54.